Today I'm going to try to build up some of the blocks around this and start building the actual shape. So I'm going to have to embed some chunks of silicone in here to fill this space so I don't have to build this all up manually. Okay, so I'll start doing that first because then that can sit off to the side and cure while we're doing other stuff. So I'm going to get a little bigger container than I have been using. Maybe it'll be a little less messy. I use this, and then I gotta wipe this out real quick. I bumped the bit rate up a little bit on the video because I did some recordings yesterday and the playback quality seemed a little meh, so I thought I would try to increase the quality a little bit. We'll see what I could do anyway. Because I was starting to create some content just for YouTube. So if I'm going straight to YouTube, I want to try to bump the quality up a little bit. So I wanted to try it out on the stream here and see if that will translate over. See if my connection can sustain the higher bit rate, and my machine too, I guess. Because I'm running the stream on a 10-year-old laptop. So hopefully it stays together at this higher bit rate. It's not a huge jump, but I don't want to saturate my connection. So hopefully the picture's a little clearer on your guys' end than it has been. I'm also experimenting with a second camera. It would focus on like this area here, kind of in my direct view. So it's more of a you can see what I'm seeing kind of thing. I'm only starting to test it out, so it's not quite ready to deploy to the stream yet. Hopefully soon. So I'm watching the stream on OBS and it looks a little jittery, but all the stats look good, so hopefully it continues. Okay. This container felt a little tacky, so I thought I'd give it a quick wipe down. Okay, so I'm gonna continue using the Rebound 40. I'm gonna mix up another batch here. I can go a little heavier now because we're just adding like top coats. Try to bulk it up. Now the detail's been captured. These will be the first, well, I guess it's not the first glove molds that I've made, but I'm hoping these will be the first, like, successful ones. I should probably actually remove this track from the rotation. It's probably gonna give me a copyright claim on YouTube. Alright, I'll add the part A. I'll tell you what to do. I'll do a figure variant that's this segment from the PAX pre-release launch presentation with Brick playing the sax. You could probably find that video on YouTube. I just mix these guys up and try to get a consistent color here. Alright, so I'm gonna apply this to the top layer here. Alright. I don't know why I haven't just put Borderlands tags on my stream since it's now exclusively Borderlands music. Guess I'll put that on the to-do list. Alright, so I'm gonna glue some of these chunks into here to try to build up the bulk a little bit. Especially like in this space, I gotta add something. Yep, this glove split because we're gonna have to replace that as well. Yeah, that's not quite the right size. Let's see, what else do I have? Almost. Okay. No. It kind of works, but it's a little too thick. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Retire that glove. It's a little too thick, I think. Maybe not. So we'll use this guy. We'll glue him in here by applying a little bit on either surface, and then also to the bottom. And then we'll just wedge it in there. And we'll apply a little bit more to glue it in. Just like the other times, you don't want to leave like air gaps. It could cause deformation in your final mold. The plan is to cover this thing in a plaster shell. But the plaster doesn't flex, so you want to make sure that it's easy to remove or remove your mold from the plaster shell, and you don't have to bend it at all. Try and just coat the surface so that it's all, it'll bond together. Stuff always wants to run down since it's still a liquid. It's gonna wanna, gravity's gonna pull it down. So like, the thinner you can apply it, the better. Even though that means more layers. The thinner layers means it's more likely to stay where you put it. At least as far as your like vertical surfaces and whatnot are concerned. I'll make sure I cover this whole piece here. See, it wants to run down, and I like put it on thick. So when it collects, try to spread it out. It's a little tough to see where you have applied it before. You kind of just gotta use your application tool to kind of tell you. It'll, by seeing like what's tacky, you can like pull around. Okay, so that guy looks good. I think it's pretty much all covered. I can do the same here. I can take, let's see, I could probably take a part and apply a little bit to the bottom. And then to the side. Just want to cover the surface, then you can kind of just stick it on there. Maybe not. Using these brush-on silicones, it's kind of a free-form mold making. So I'll probably have to angle this back to let it dry a little bit, or cure rather. So this stays where I put it. But I don't want to angle it too much because I don't want it all to run backward. So I'm just going to put it off the mat here, like kind of tilted back with something under it. I'll just put a piece of scrap resin I've got under it. to raise the front a little bit. Alright, the rest of this is going to get applied to this. I want this to be like at least 1/8 of an inch thick, like all at the thinnest point. So I gotta apply a bit more, a few more layers of this. I just want to spread it around as best I can. It will develop air bubbles, so try to look for those when you first apply it, like here, and try to spread that stuff out. It's okay for it to be thin, so like don't be afraid to just spread it everywhere. When you build this stuff up in layers, it's not like you're trying to build the whole mold in one pass. So everywhere that it's pulling, pull that up away from like this side that it's like running down. That way, like you don't get too much of it pulling in one place. It's gonna pull somewhat. That's not a thing to worry about. Like you have that you need to avoid it. You just want to minimize the pooling. So it can just trap air, like little air bubbles, and that can potentially create problems when you go to cast later. This stuff is definitely like, you're gonna have a bit more patience, so since you're not like gonna have a finished product in like your first application. But it's kind of good, it lets you like think about what you're doing and kind of plan as you go. This is also going to have like a plaster back. I just want to get the like base molds down. So basically like these are done for now. I'm going to use up some more of the excess to build up more of the sides of these things. won't use all this on here, but I'm trying to keep it away from the holes. Because the holes are the mold, and this upper part is just to keep the resin from running off the side. Should probably just put this on another piece. Got something small I can use. Yeah, like this. Just makes it a little easier to handle it. I definitely won't use this all on these molds, so I might have to just let some of it cure in the container. See, it's getting a little close to that right here. I'm trying to pull that away. Alright, looks like this whole top is covered. So I can add a little to like the sides or whatever, just to use it somewhere. Little utility molds like this are good. They're good places to like anything you're gonna need multiple copies of, or like little parts you use a lot. Making a mold like this where you can kind of just dump your excess resin, or even in this case my excess silicone is good. I gotta keep that away from the opening. Because gravity's pulling this down, it can be a little difficult to build volume. It's always wanting to pull to the lowest points. Alright, so that's good. That'll just get set aside as well. Don't know if I have anything else. Let me take a look. Yeah. Like this guy's close. I guess I can quickly put some keys in this, and then I can just start using some of the excess resin or silicone on here. that silicone's going to start thickening up soon. So I don't have a lot of time left to work with it. So I'm going to try to use it if I can. Because we're not pouring this, so I don't have to worry about considering like the flow or air getting trapped or whatever as far as applying these keys. Alright, so that's good. So I'll add a top layer to this. And this being the top layer, I'm just going to lay it on thin. Try to do it quick because it is starting to thicken already. Get it into like all the details. Crevices and stuff. Without letting it pool, because this is like the most important layer, is the first one. If you get air bubbles trapped there, then they'll be there for good. I actually use an old paintbrush a lot when I'm doing this, but I had this one in my hand, so I'm just running with it. And with this layer, it doesn't matter if it looks like it's barely covered, as long as it's covered. That's the important part. Shit. Yep. It's already getting thick. So I'll try to cover this whole surface quickly. Yeah, this stuff gives you like 30 to 45 minutes of work time. So look for things like this, little air bubbles that appear. Try to break those and spread that silicone around. I'm gonna get all your seams, all the important spots. So like the whole surface, little details, the seams where your part meets the mold. Try to keep the layer thin. It's fine if you don't get the whole mold surface, like getting your part covered, getting all the seams covered. Make sure you dragged out any air bubbles. That's what matters on the first covering. That's where all the air gets trapped and where you capture all your detail. So this guy's pretty much got at least a fine coating on it. Anything else we get is just like gravy. This particular tool is not actually that great for these little impressions that I made, these keys, because it doesn't really get, it's too big, it's bigger than like the top of them, so it'll often just like cover it, and I could potentially trap air inside of there. So I'm trying to kind of drag the silicone like between the holes. And on the second pass I'll use a paintbrush to if this one got messed up. Okay. And I'll use a paintbrush to get into these spaces, because the bristles will get like the walls, and you're less likely to have the air get trapped between the top and sides. It's okay if it runs into there naturally, just by gravity pulling it down. See, like there's air bubbles here. This is too deep. Looks like I missed a spot there. So get that. Some of it will run down, and it'll look like it's not covered, but it's just that the layer is so thin, it's almost transparent, or it's basically transparent. Just look for air getting trapped, like little tiny bubbles. I think I'm good now. So with this layer, a really thin coat is better than nothing at all. So you're not trying to coat the whole thing. And if you can cover the whole mold, sure. But like in this case where I'm kind of running short on like work time, just try to like expand what's there, expand the range that it goes outside of the part, and then I'll fill it in on the next pass. It's another air bubble that was appearing. They like rise to the surface as it's curing, so you can see them like appear in places where there weren't any. It's just part of the chemical reaction with the silicone halves curing. They just generate like gas. So you just want to help that escape. Or at least get to the surface, get it away from the surface of your part. It's starting to thicken up, so I'm just going to dab it onto like these flat surfaces. As long as I don't introduce any air, it should be okay. I could actually probably just go back to this guy and put some of this on the top. Because while it's still like almost like a paste now, as long as you don't introduce air, you can keep applying it. And this guy's already got 3 base layers, so I'm not gonna disturb the surface by doing this. You still want to spread it out, not just like glob it on and leave it, because you can introduce air when you brush it on. So you want to make sure that you're trying to stretch it out and not leave anywhere for the air to be trapped. And these deeper pools aren't going to be as cured as the thinner surfaces. I'm not sure what is the catalyst that gets the brush on to cure versus the regular pour stuff. So I don't know if it's like mass or something else. This is probably good. We used pretty much all of it. When you're literally like scraping your container to get like the rest of it, you've pretty much gotten as much usefulness out of it as you can. So we'll just let this jar finish curing on its own. Now, once it cures, I'll just I can just pull it all out. Alright, so we'll just set this aside somewhere. Let that go. Set this stuff all aside. Give it time to finish curing. And this stuff will probably be good for a second pass in like an hour. Since it's pretty far along its way already. Alright, let's see. So we'll get the head in the mold. Started our second part of the armor. So we're gonna cast those armor parts to make something new out of them. So I gotta do some sculpting on the sword. So we'll do that now. Set those chunks aside. It's a little cluttered over here right now, but that'll be fine. Alright, so I need the yellow epoxy, the sword handle we're working on. I gotta build up the bulk on both sides of this, and then so I'm doing like refinements on this. trying to better define the shape. So I'm going to use a little bit of epoxy sculpt. It's easier if you roll it into a ball. You can, because you need like roughly equal amounts, and if you make little balls out of them, it's easier to see. A little too much yellow. Alright, those are close. I'm gonna go get a little bit of water. Okay. So I think I'm gonna have to just work on one side of this right now. I'm gonna put up some score marks on this just to help it grip on. Alright, that looks good. It's pretty consistent. Let's try using this little rounded wedge thing just to get it started. It seems like if you spread it out the first time you first put it on, it grips a little bit better. At least just spread it thin, however you're doing it. Probably build this up a little bit faster than this. Basically trying to build this into like almost like a pyramid on this one side. Like this, this corner here from like the handle to the peak. I want that to be almost like a pyramid. gonna be this like I don't know how to describe it. Like it's gonna be a very geometric handle. I gotta just build this up and then I'll have to sand it all down. So I'm trying to just build the mass at first. So yeah, I'll just do the one side and then I can use it kind of as a guide for the other side of how like big to make it. And I guess it doesn't actually have to be symmetric either. It's kind of getting there. It's like, I don't know how easily you can see it, but it's kind of raised. I don't know if I can get it to focus on it. There we go. Oh, almost. If we do this. Nope. Okay, whatever. You get the idea. So it's easier to see here. Dacidus upgrades. We're talking about. I'm trying to get my dumb camera to focus, and it's hard to do it when it's like inverted. Hopefully, once I get this second camera set up like permanently, it'll be better. I guess it's like the general shape. Push and putty. I guess I don't actually have this shape built up that well in my mind, how it looks in 3 dimensions, so it's probably part of the problem. I have like one rough sketch that I'm kind of working off of. That's not exactly, I didn't fully design it as in like all views, so I don't know exactly what it looks like from different angles. So it might be worth in the future for me to like kind of like loosely design it in 3D so I can kind of like see it from all angles. That way I know what I'm sculpting. So if it goes like this. Well, I mostly just put on another layer of brush on silicone on like these other molds I've been working on the last few days. And then I'm trying to get this like more sculpted so that I can start molding it as well, because it needs to be done. It's not quite where I want it to be. Thanks though, at least it looks like I'm doing a lot. Trying to figure out how I want this to be shaped, really. Like how geometric it's gonna be. I guess it's better to just make it like a large mound, and I can kind of just shape it from there once it's cured. Add a little bit to the end here. Yeah, I'm trying to like learn how to work faster too, so I don't spend as much time on like one thing. And trying to be more efficient and productive is always a struggle. Alright, that looks fine. It's sloppy, but it's fine. So that needs to cure. Still got this mess. It's still nowhere near like. I feel like this foot, these feet and hands are gonna be probably gonna end up just getting scrapped. I don't know. I gotta do something with them. I'll have to make them into something salvageable. Yeah, I'm having to learn that I need to have a lot of projects going at once, so that I've always got something to work on. Because I have a lot to do, so I don't really have a reason to like have a lot of like dead air essentially. So trying to learn how to like not balance those projects, but how to order them so I can switch between them and like, okay, I can't do anything else on this thing, so I'll start up on this thing. It's like a thing I'm always having to keep in mind. Shit. Okay, so this stuff's all curing off to the side. The sword is curing. I just used up the rest of the epoxy sculpt. So I guess I'll start by. I guess I'll just start working on the female figure. Yeah, the foot is basically what I'm doing here is so this clearance is good for like the rotation. Obviously this inner part's a mess, but like this became such like a huge space on the top and bottom on the sides, so I'm slowly using up the excess epoxy sculpt to make this taper like more look more natural. And then once this is all filled in, I'm gonna grind this all down into like a more gradual taper, so it'll look more natural as opposed to like this very squared off part here. So I'm trying to just bulk this out, and once it's kind of bulked out, I can grind this all down with like the Dremel. So these like hands and feet were going to be like new attachments, but I'm just kind of backburnering them right now because they didn't really go the way I thought they were going to. So so what I am going to do is I'm going to start on the lady. So I got to like mold a bunch of parts, and then I'm going to have to modify stuff to make her. So I'm going to start by molding these legs. And this pelvis is just a representation. It fit fairly well. It needs a little bit of adjustment, like some reshaping. But I'm going to start by just doing these legs. So this leg band needs to go. I know all the vintage collectors are gasping as I cut the cord. Okay. So I'm just gonna fill this with clay. I'm not even gonna bother trying to pull out that stump. That's right. Alright, so that's done. Where did this go? There. Alright, I can take these off for now. Probably need to do a little bit of surface cleaning on these. But I'm gonna fill these top parts in so I'm just gonna mold them like rounded instead of worrying about like the shape of this inner part, because I'm just gonna replace all that anyway. So there's no point in preserving it if I'm just gonna destroy it and redo it. Alright, so I'll fill this in. Just pull off the excess. This doesn't need to be perfect because it's only gonna, I'm just gonna remold this anyway. So let's see what kind of surface dirt there is. So those didn't need too much. So I'm gonna build a basic mold here, right? So I guess I could just put a pour spout on the top, I guess. Yeah, so if I just do them like this. Yeah, okay, so. Well. Oh, it's gonna stand up, right? So. I guess that's fine. Just trying to run low on this clay. I don't think I'd have that many molds going at once. So if it goes like this, yeah. It's weird how they're not like even the same leg. Yeah, one's straight and one's like slightly bent. Interesting. Well, we'll fix that later. I'll make them more uniform once I remold them. So if they're going to be this way, then they need to be slightly angled, right? I guess we'll just start with one. It's going to be slightly angled. I need to glue I need to put a vent on her foot. Yeah, I guess that's fine because I'm just gonna cut it off anyway. Okay, that works. Alright, so we'll glue this thing on. Go. There it is. Okay, so stick this on her foot. And with a little catalyst. So that's good. And I can build around that. Where is my pushy stick? Here it is. Let's try and get the basic shape of this mold started. So I can stand up off the sides a little bit. I'm just trying to bulk up the back of this so that it supports its own weight. This doesn't matter where the seam is, I'm just gonna make a new seam later. Building these freestanding molds is a little bit more challenging. I'm trying to think about like what it's going to look like at the end. But then I also got to build on like the structural support for everything. Start building the center. So I'm gonna build the, I'm gonna start the other foot, the other leg. This one's like bent slightly forward because it's like a leaning pose almost. Oh, that's leaning too far back. I'm gonna have to go and grab some water. My throat's incredibly dry. It makes talking nonstop difficult when you keep literally choking on your words. These are too close together. Alright, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. Well, not 5 minutes, but I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that delay. Better. Okay. I'm just gonna build up the rest of the support for the back of this leg. Okay, so this is looking okay. Just filling in like under the feet where there's some like air trapped. Trying to get a little bit of bulk under that. Okay. That looks better. So I'm just going to build up this inner part. Try to get some support in the center. This mold's pretty simple, and it's really just an intermediary mold anyway, so it doesn't need to be like highly detailed or anything. I guess it needs support in the back too. Trying to build up this middle mass to keep them supported, or to give it more support on the sides, so it's not just the back that's holding it up. Just blend this all together so it's a little bit stronger. I guess I gotta put on the vent on her foot, so I'll do that now. I gotta sand a little bit off of this thing. Try to reduce the contact point here a little bit. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to stick this on here. There's a little bit of accelerant. Trying to get it to bond. Looks fairly solid for now. Okay, put these away. Put that away. I'll put a little bit of bulk back here to support that. Yeah, two things that have made a difference recently are this Sculptex clay and for building molds more quickly, and the super glue accelerator, CA accelerator. Being able to have it just bond immediately is pretty cool. Things that save time are huge. That's like the one resource that's super limited. It is the little things. Well, time's like the one thing you can't make more of, you can't buy, you can't, you know, it's non-replaceable. And I like, years ago when I went to this graphic design meetup, like, so it's like other graphic designers or whatever talking about, you know, what they're doing and the job field and whatever. And this guy who like was running the group had said, he was like talking about how he had been able to increase his profits every year since he started. He like gave himself a goal and was able to meet it, and then realized that like he wouldn't be able to meet his next year's goal unless he hired an employee or two, because you like eventually hit a wall where your personal man hours like cap out, right? You've only got so many hours in a day you can work. Therefore, there's a cap on your productivity, just because like you gotta eat, you gotta sleep. The day ends. So like adding an employee, you know, doubles your productivity because you're doing twice as much work in the same amount of time. So any ways that you can like use tools or methods to save yourself time are important. If I'd known about this Sculptex clay like 2 years ago, it would have made a big difference. But I know about it now, so I guess that's all I can really focus on. Alright, I gotta bulk up this back. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I wanted to be at a point where I had at least like molds where I could make a few copies at once instead of like just one-offs. It's still something I want to get to, but I feel like I need to start pushing into like new pieces and not just like more of the same guy. So I thought I would start this, since it's something I want to do anyway. Children, all the children, the big, I guess it'd be tiny, the tiny yet muscly children, neo brats. What, casting multiples at the same time? Yeah, I mean, that'd be satisfying, because I would be able to actually, you know, potentially make actual money to support myself. I think if I went to... Sorry, I'm having a really hard time talking today. My throat is incredibly dry for some reason. Or scratchy, I guess. It's very scratchy today. Yeah, I don't know if I went to like manufacturing where I was just designing on like a computer or whatever, which is fine. I mean, that's how most stuff's designed now. Like even figures, nobody's like hand sculpting figures anymore. It's all done on like ZBrush and stuff like that, and then you just send the digital files to like your factory. And you're still designing it, I guess. It's just the production is different. I mean, if someone else could, like, you know, sculpt some of the pieces, or like make molds, or do the casting, or whatever, or like, sure, maybe I'm not doing all of it, but you know, there's a time constraint too. Like, I can only do so much alone. I don't know. It'd be a good problem to have, though. I'm like going through this clay really fast. I don't know, I just enjoy the creative process. I think as long as I was doing some part of it, I think I'd be happy. It's like not really reasonable to do everything yourself forever. Like, you can, but it's also pretty draining. Like, I still have graphics and video stuff to do that I've been putting off just because it, like, you know, I gotta like spend that time somewhere. So I'm choosing to spend it on the figures and put the, you know, better graphics for like the store or whatever, like, on the back burner. I've been wanting to make like a intro graphic clip or whatever for the stream, and I haven't had time to do that either, because I gotta like think about what it's gonna be, which I can kind of do when I'm idle, but then I gotta actually create all the graphics and build the animation or whatever it's gonna be, and that takes time. Because it's never like right the first time. You have to iterate through it a bunch of times. Singing and dancing? No, I don't. Probably not. Probably not on this show. Maybe the next one. Sad, I know, but. And the activity on Yield stream has definitely taken a dive in the last couple weeks. I wonder if that's like that I'm not that interesting, or if it's some Twitch internal thing. Who knows? I don't know. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Just gonna build up the back of these to make them a little stronger. I got a couple followers. The one guy like or person, I guess. Looks like they unfollowed pretty much right away, so whatever. The other one is a friend of mine. Well, it's from the Sleep or Nah, and I don't think he really is on Twitch that much. So I'm starting to think more about like YouTube and like long form viewership. Think about what I can do to like improve the YouTube viewability. I mean, they're already not like great for YouTube because they're so long, but it could also potentially be a good thing. Since like long form videos like probably not that common on YouTube. And they emphasize like short videos. So you view more videos while you're on there. Dang it. Ugh, maybe I'm getting like a mild cold or something. Hopefully not. Okay, so I guess I could look at the top here. So I gotta put in what vents and overflow. Or are these just pour molds? Maybe they're just pour molds. Let's see. Maybe I'll just put vents on them. They don't need to be very big. So if I do, what, like something kind of rounded? Where is Zorg? Actually, it does work. Okay, so Okay. Try to curve this down a little bit. Okay, that works. So then I'll just taper this up. Sand it a bit. Alright, so then we'll stick this on here. That's not exactly on there. Alright. Stick that. Do the same thing. Fairly secure. So we'll do the same here. So that should be about, well, not quite, but see how well that fits. Good enough. Take a little bit off this end. Give it a quick sand. This is the rough side. Okay, so just gonna not be in line, and that's fine. That is a lot of glue. Don't really have anything to support it this time. Those. That's good. This is probably pretty solid. Yep. Okay. Alright, so then I'm just gonna build up around these so they're not like in line, but whatever, it's fine. Where is everything's too close together? There we go, we'll use that one. So I'm just gonna fill this space in between these two. Actually, I could probably just use the bigger one for now. Be a little weird building these two, but I guess I'll just kind of make them like stair steps almost. I'm still gonna do the the injection vents. Oops. Whoops. Alright, so I need 2 injection channels. Not that one. Not that one. I guess I can use this. I'll just turn these into one, or into 2 rather. To be kind of straight across. Alright, so I got these two. Okay, so I gotta attach these. So we're just gonna have one on each side. So I guess I could cut this at an angle. Do the same thing. Well, this long string is in here. Just starts to like gel up. So I need that and that. This can go here. That's a lot of glue. Way too much glue. Don't glue your hand to the thing you're gluing. That doesn't make any sense. So that's good. This one can just go here. A little too much glue on that one. I'm gonna go a little lighter this time. That should be good. That looks good. Alright, should be good with the glue for now. Yeah, that accelerator makes a big difference. Want to be above these, right? Yes. Yeah, being able to like kind of slap it together quickly definitely helps a lot. Pretty sure I want this to be. How do I do in these? Whatever, doesn't matter. They're fine. Yeah, I'm definitely like basically sketching this together, where I'm just making like a bunch of quick decisions. It surely could be better thought out, but I'm just trying to get it to a point where I can, because like this mold's not important, it's the thing I make from these parts later. That mold I can take time on. This one, like, I just need good copies of these to work with. So these parts aren't anything special. So I really just want like the hip part and the upper leg. Everything from like the calf down I'm gonna replace. Yeah, I'm gonna replace probably half the leg. I feel like the thighs and the knees are like a good size compared to the male pelvis, so I'm gonna use those and then modify the pelvis a little bit. So that, because proportionally they seem to work together. Whereas like on these legs, the feet are too small, so I'm not happy with them. So I'm just gonna make new feet, or take existing feet and modify them. Kind of like kit bash something together. Yeah, they're like these, I don't know what they were thinking. They're like these tiny little like Barbie feet. They're very small compared to the rest of the body. Well, even the body, like the most of the upper body, like isn't great either. It's like very small, very disproportionate. So I feel like the legs are really the only thing that's like salvageable from the original figure. The rest of it like doesn't really match proportionally to the male figures. So I'm gonna try to fix that, and so I think it's just gonna be a matter of taking parts from a couple different figures, the things that like look good proportionally, and then making the rest from scratch. Yeah, right. No pockets, no big hands or feet. Only dainty hands or feet. They're supposed to be barbarian women. Come on. Oh yes, fake pockets. You get the illusion of pockets, but not actual pockets. Alright. I wasn't really done with that. Dang it. You know, I literally was just thinking about that as I was coughing. I'm like, maybe I should go get a test. Like, I don't think I've been exposed, but you never know. Like, I don't go out that often, but I do sometimes. I went to a hobby store a few days ago, and it was like most people are wearing masks, but there are more people in there than I thought there would be. And a couple people were like barely wearing their masks. So I think no matter where I go, I'm always at risk of some idiot giving me COVID. I'll have to see if I can get a test this weekend. I'll be really annoyed if I have it or have gotten it, since I like don't go anywhere. Oh, really? Locally or just in the US? Oh yeah, probably. That would be about on par with my luck usually. Maybe like, oh, this one's different. It doesn't have a cure. It doesn't have a. It needs a different vaccine. I'd be like, great. Like, it's also extra lethal, but only to you. I'm like, oh, that sounds about right. Yeah, it could be that. I feel like I've been drinking enough water, but I don't know. Maybe not. I've been like trying to cut down on my alcohol consumption. I noticed I've been sleeping a little bit better, so I'm trying to keep that going. That'll work. I had to go and get like my 24-ounce water bottle and like fill it up. I usually don't need a lot of water when I'm on stream, even though I'm talking most of the time. Today though, I can't get like a sentence out without getting a scratch in the back of my throat. Hey Splinters, what's up? Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. else on there? Anything particularly crappy happened this week that made it extra long? God damn it. Oh wow. Is there like any particular reason that you're like able to disclose, or just like is there something like that causes your visitor rates to go up? Yeah, I can imagine being told you can't like take any days off for like 3 months. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, I guess it depends, like what now that we've got like a, hopefully a competent administration, they're supposedly are trying to get like, what, 100 million people vaccinated in like 100 days, which seems like a lofty goal to hit, but I mean, it's better than, taking the approach of Trump, which is whatever. Come on. Goddamn thing. Yeah. Literally anything is better than what we've had. Alright, so that's together. So I can just build up this stuff. I'm starting I have like some stuff I worked on earlier that I'm like letting cure, which should be pretty much done. But I decided to start making molding parts to make like the female figure. Oh yeah, of course. The Republicans are all of a sudden going to be concerned with like the budget and everything that they ignore when they're in control. All of a sudden, all those things are wildly important because people want to like Democrats want to actually help people and not just help the wealthy. Because that's who needs help, the wealthy. Oh yeah, they're gonna get some ladies soon. Well, hopefully like sometime this year. Depends how complicated it is. So I gotta make a lot more from scratch and fabricate stuff more so than I did for those, for the boys. So it might be a little bit longer to get some ladies in the mix, but that's the plan. Can't just have a sausage party all the time. I mean, I guess you can if like that's your thing, you know, and that's totally fine. But variety is also good. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I'm gonna get there. I'm just figure out. I'll just start with like these legs, and I'm gonna work my way up, I guess. So I'm just trying to get this like this initial mold made so I can make a copy of these legs, because I gotta modify stuff on them. I gotta replace the feet, and yeah, these are lady legs. I gotta replace the feet, so basically I'm gonna only from like maybe the mid calf up I'm gonna keep, and I'm gonna redo the feet, and I'm gonna modify the pelvis that I was using because it fits fairly well, like proportionally. It's just the upper part of the waist is too wide, so I have to narrow that a little bit. We'll just taper it in, not really narrow it. Just like raise where the natural waist is, from the belt line to like below the rib cage. So this the lady figure will actually be a lot more. I wouldn't say original, but like it'll be more a mashup of like a couple of figures and like some new stuff that I'll have to make. So it's like forcing me to have to sculpt more stuff from scratch, which is also good. So this is just the initial pushing clay part that's always a little slow. Yeah, it should be fun and like a challenge also. That's part of like the draw for me too, is like having to solve like engineering problems and artistic problems. Spoiler. Jeez, buddy, come on. Gotta throw a spoiler tag up on there next time. What about those poor viewers who haven't seen Weird Science? They're like, I don't know what he's talking about. It's like, well, you need to educate yourself on cheesy 80s sci-fi movies. That's right. Gotta throw the old man tag out there. What do you mean you haven't seen Weird Science? Do you even watch movies? Oh, probably not. Yeah, that's a movie I have not rewatched in quite a while. If ever. I don't know if I've seen that as an adult. I've been wanting to watch They Live with my partner, because I don't think I'm pretty sure she's never seen it. And it like kind of holds up. Not like great, but the idea does. Because we watched some comedy, and it like kind of referenced that, and she hadn't seen it, so didn't really get like the joke. So I was like, well, we're gonna have to watch that then. Yeah, probably. We started watching Snowpiercer on HBO. I have so many questions about the world. I have to like just not say anything, otherwise I keep asking questions the whole way through it. Can't go wrong with the Carbonite movie, even if the effects are super old. Yeah, I'd agree. I don't know. I'm trying to give it a chance. I'm trying to see if it explains all the things I'm like, but why this? Oh yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, so my questions aren't really like with the world, as in like how did the world get like this? It's more like the world of the train and the things that don't make any sense to me. I don't know. It's like it's the same general idea, but it's different. Like the train's the same, the world's the same, the class system's the same. But there's they definitely took some liberties with it. A lot of my complaints are mostly just like mechanical. Things with like they're more questions about like how they do certain things to like survive, or why they have like these things that seem unnecessary if you were in a trying to survive the apocalypse kind of stage. But whatever. I think I have to just like give it a chance through the first season and see what happens. If you like the movie at all, it's probably worth giving a try, because the world is functionally similar to how it is in the movie. They just take a lot of liberties with like what you see, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. They try to flesh out the world of the train more. I guess that's where like I have lots of questions. I guess at least they're trying to do something different with it. Well, I guess it's not really different. It's an extension of it. Yeah. It's not that different from the movie. They took the basic story of the movie, and it's like kind of backburnered in a way. So like the fundamental things that are in the movie are in the show. So it's basically just a story that takes place in that world, as opposed to trying to reimagine the world. I just don't know if it like can sustain itself for like a whole season. I don't know if the idea is that good. Of like the train itself and the world and all that. I guess I'll find out in 7 more episodes. Yeah, same idea. Train that goes around the world. World's frozen. Train never stops. Poor people in the back, rich people in the front. You know, it's the same basic concept. I don't know. I get really into like the things that like break my ability to become immersed are when things don't make any sense or they aren't explained. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like I liked the movie. I thought it was a good like self-contained story. It set up an interesting idea with like this train as like an arc, and so the show tries to kind of build on that idea, but I feel like it goes too far. It goes like too much into like, I don't know, like sci-fi crazy town. It's hard, I don't know. It's hard to describe like what I wouldn't say I don't like it. I have a lot of questions, that's all. So my hesitation is not really a don't watch. It's I don't quite understand why this thing exists in the show. Hopefully they'll explain it at some point. The concept has a risk getting stuck in the traditional graphic depiction of bodily violence. Kind of. Like, the biggest flaw with the idea of Snowpiercer, to me, is like, who maintains the track? Like functionally, the train would just derail probably within like a couple of months. And then they would all be dead. So, there's like glaring things like that don't make any sense. Like they get caught in an avalanche in like the second episode. The train goes through an avalanche, and I'm like, that would be it. That would be the end. The train would go off the tracks into the ravine, and that would be the end of the show. Amtrak Joe, yeah. He's like, I have an idea. It's funny. I have this book I got for Christmas a few years ago called Hope Never Dies, and it's this like semi-satirical detective novel where like the conductor of this train that Biden rides into DC every day like dies mysteriously, and so he's like kind of trying to investigate it on the down low, and he gets Obama involved. It's ridiculous, but it's also funny because of what it is. But it's not like a political book. It's all about just like them trying to solve this guy's, mysterious death, the mystery of his death. Like there are some vague references to Trump because I think it came out in like 2017. So this was like before he even got like even more insane. And there's apparently a sequel, but I haven't finished the first book yet. Yeah, it's decent. I like it. I just need to I have a hard time pleasure reading, so that's where I struggle with it. Is like making time to read. It's a pretty easy read. There it is. Yeah, I forget who wrote it. But apparently like these satirical books are like his thing. Yeah. And the cover's hilarious. Just look it up on Amazon or whatever. It's called Hope Never Dies. I think I want to say the author's name's like Andrew Schaefer or something, but that's probably wrong. The cover like really evokes like a 80s cop show. It's got like Biden and Obama in like a 1970s Camaro, and Obama's like standing up through like the T-top roofs, like pointing forward, and then Biden's behind the wheel. It's just hilarious. Okay, it is Schaefer. I wasn't sure. I'm bad with like author names a lot of the time. God damn it. Yeah, it's like just a good casual read if you were looking for something kind of goofy. A Trans Am, okay. Yeah, I don't know the name of the sequel. I just know he put one out like sort of recently, like 2019, 2020 or 2019. God, I'm having a really hard time talking now. This cough keeps getting worse. It's not even a cough, it's just like the scratchy throat. Yeah, I really need to make time to finish it. I just haven't lately. I've been slowly reading it since I got it. I'm the worst when it comes to reading novels. God, I hope I'm not getting sick. I haven't been sick in like a year and a half. Now I'm like, oh god, am I getting a cold? I'll assume it's a bad allergy day and see if it comes back tomorrow. If it comes back tomorrow, I guess we're getting a COVID test, just to be sure. This isn't plugged in. There we go. So I guess that is relevant to the Snowpiercer show. It's basically a detective show set on the Snowpiercer train. That's like the gist of it. So I'm not sure how well that's gonna hold up. I mean, Jennifer Connelly's in it, and I don't mind looking at Jennifer Connelly for 60 minutes. So, you know. So there you go. If you needed more incentive to watch it, then It's on HBO, so who knows what's gonna show up in it. Oh, now the tedious part of smoothing out all the clay. Hooray! Yeah, we're like almost done with Veep. It's gotten kind of weird. Like, I don't know if it's like intentional of the show, but you go to really dislike Julia Louis-Dreyfus's character. I assume it's intentional. I also don't mind looking at Julia Louis-Dreyfus for 60 minutes either. Oh, it's good. I mean, we're like almost, we're in the 6th season, so we're almost like through the whole show. There's like one more season. I just think it's interesting, like, we started off liking her character, but then she like becomes kind of an asshole. But I guess it's probably making a statement about like DC politics or whatever too. Yeah, Tony Hale's great in it. It's weird, he plays a very like Buster adjacent character. Like it's not Buster in DC, but there's definitely a little bit of overlap, I think. He plays the character really well, though. Not just Buster, but his character in Veep. In a roundabout kind of way, yeah. There are definitely some Buster moments where he's like looking around a corner. Yeah, if you have access to HBO, it's so far anyway, it's worth watching. We watch it like every night. Well, just like an episode. Oh yeah. There's so many. Sorry. Last week, we were watching something else, and someone was like, called someone else chicken. So then that immediately prompted, the Job chicken thing, and then we were like trying to remember like everyone's chicken impression. We always blank out on George's because he only does it once. So we had to like look it up on YouTube and find a video of a clip from the episode where they all do it. It's so good. There's apparently some super cut of Job doing his chicken impression like throughout the show. I mean, a lot of the stuff with Buster is just like too good. It's funny, like the amount of times that like you're reminded of Arrested Development by like other things. There's like a moment. This is a $7,000 suit, Michael. I make the I've made a huge mistake one a lot. It's sad when like people don't get it, but it is what it is. I don't know if I remember that one. I don't know if I remember that was a freebie. Is it a recurring gag? Okay. Yeah, there's some show she's in on also on HBO called Search Party that looks kind of interesting. It's like she goes missing and she gets abducted by some. It was most probably when she's a producer, or basically anytime something worked for her that. Nice. Yeah, we should probably watch that show again. There's so many like good moments in it. Every time I watch Archer, I don't know if I'm seeing like Lucille or Mallory Archer, or if they're like the same person. There's definitely some overlap. Yeah, I saw an ad and it looked interesting. We haven't watched it yet, though. I guess like a new season just started recently. We also watched the first 2 episodes of WandaVision. It's very weird so far, but I mean, I assume it's going somewhere. So we'll give it a chance. I guess those seams looked fine. Yeah, maybe we'll start Search Party once we finish Veep. WandaVision? Or what? What was what? WandaVision is it's a Marvel show. It's so far it's Wanda and Vision, and they're like in this. The first 2 episodes are basically a 50s sitcom. Okay. So it looks like they're in some kind of what alludes that they're in some kind of like altered reality or some kind of like the Matrix type of thing. It's all very like secretive at the moment. But the 3rd episode should be coming out this week. I assume anyway. And it turns out that Paul Bettany and Elizabeth Olsen are actually like pretty good comedic actors. The concept seemed kind of lame when I like was reading about it, but once we watched it, it was actually pretty entertaining. It's definitely weird. Like, if you watched, like, Legion or anything like that, that was very weird in how it tells the story, then WandaVision seems like it's going to be like that. Yeah. We did once. It became, like, difficult to get like a good download of Mandalorian season 2 episodes. We kept having problems with the video, so she just caved and got Disney Plus. We weren't going to get it at first. It's the same with HBO. We got it to watch shit, what was it? What was on HBO? Well, Westworld. and then they kept putting out good stuff. Like Avenue 5 is really good if you haven't seen that. On HBO, rather. It stars Hugh Laurie and I don't know, some other comedians. So I don't know all their names. Avenue 5 is really good if you haven't watched that. It's like this dark sci-fi comedy kind of. Yeah, I don't know if I would recommend Disney Plus quite yet. I don't think there's like much on it except The Mandalorian and maybe WandaVision, because like everything else is stuff you've probably seen already. So it's probably worth like holding out a little while longer to get Disney Plus, or like drop a service for a few months and get Disney and then switch back. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next season of Avenue 5. Obviously the pandemic like delayed so many things, but it seems like they're getting back into production on a lot of stuff, so I'm hoping it drops like sometime soon in like the next couple of months. What do you think of Cobra Kai so far? I've heard it's good, but I don't know if I'm interested in it. Or is it too early to tell? Okay. Yeah, I saw like one ad for it for like the season 3, but not having seen it, I didn't really know what to make of it. I could see giving it a couple episodes, see if it hooks us or not. You have to let me know what you think. How far into it are you? Teen drama, and then all the major conflicts could be resolved in like 2 minutes of conversation. Ugh, yeah, right. It's like every show in the CW. Okay. Oh, Doom Patrol, if you haven't watched that. Doom Patrol on HBO is really good. I always forget to like mention Doom Patrol to people. It's super weird, but it's good. I mean, it being weird is part of what makes it good, honestly. It's Doom Patrol's comic book shit, but like it could very easily be unrelated to any book and it would still be just as good. It's been really good so far. Watchmen was incredible. I loved Watchmen. It was like it's like Lovecraft Country. Like every episode, just like is so much better than the last one. It because it gets so much more intense. Or it's almost like every episode feels like a miniature movie. For what reason? Oh. Yeah, it did. When you said earlier on that it felt like an anthology, I was like, oh, that's interesting, that it's like kind of unrelated episodes. But then there was like a subplot to tie them together, but then yeah, it all like started coming together as the show went on. It's like everyone had these amazing storylines. I really hope they do another season of that. It was so good. To only have one season, which seems like a crime. Okay. I mean, we don't binge stuff either, so we just watch it an episode at a time, even if it's just like over a week or so. So we still have that like anticipation and uncertainty of like what the next episode's gonna like be. I guess knowing it's there is like sort of comforting. You could just like jump into it if you were really unsure. Yeah, that ending. Oh my god. So many like threads started or left open. It was so good. Like, as we watched it, I really was really into it, but then like when it was over, I was like, I was blown away. I had no idea it was going to be that good. really, like, for me, shows like Watchmen, like Doom Patrol, like uh, whatever, um, like Mandalorian and stuff. Like, there've been so many good shows in the last like years or two that I've gotten really like ambivalent about movies. Jonathan Majors. I didn't commit that memory to name or name to memory. Is that was that Atticus? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, he was great. There's a show on Netflix that what's his name? He plays Tick's real dad. Michael Williams or something. I forget his name. I always blank on his name. But he's in this other show on Netflix that I damn it, called Hap and Leonard. It's like based on a series of novels. I watched the first 2 seasons. It's pretty good. It's not like Lovecraft Chronicles good, but it's still good. I think, if I remember correctly, the woman who played Ruby, she like won an award or something recently. She's like a Sudanese actress who came over to the U.S. recently, or whatever. I liked Ruby's story a lot too. It was like a really interesting like sub story within the overarching magic story. The amount of like stuff coming out that's this good, I don't know if I ever will go to the movie theater again. It doesn't seem worth it. to get in here is a little difficult. And that might work. Yeah, I could see that. Like indie flicks and art house movies. I guess if they try to push 3D again. But I was never really into 3D in the theater anyway. I used to really love going to the theater too, but anymore it just doesn't seem worth it. You know, unless it's like you said, something kind of unusual or whatever. Some limited release thing or... yeah, like we became like partial to theaters where you can like get food and like drinks and stuff in them. Like Alamo and elsewhere, there's like Studio Movie Grill and some other places. But like regular like AMC or whatever, I'm just like, I don't care. If I can like have dinner while I'm watching it and like a beer or something, I'm more inclined. But to like pay like, you know, $20 for like a soda and popcorn, no. Yeah, and like you said, with like the way things are now, it's just like, who knows if I'll even go back. Yeah, we're fortunate to have Alamo out here, so it's it was nice to hit up Alamo occasionally, but who knows if when we'll be able to do that again. But that's like, it's like the experience though, you know, it's not like just the movie. Yeah, we gone to Alamo a few times out here, and like that's totally worth it, because it's like just a better experience overall, you know. What movie is that, Tacitus? I know he's in something. I just haven't been like I don't like follow movies anymore, and I used to always know what was coming out. News of the World? Huh. I'll have to look that one up. I haven't seen anything about it. I'll check it out on IMDb later tonight. Katy Perry. Is she even like relevant anymore? Or is she just hosting a singing competition? Oh. I didn't even watch the inauguration live. I wanted to, I like planned to, and then I didn't. Cause like I think it was like 10:30 when I got up, and by then it was already half over. And I don't feel like watching it like recorded. Which explains why I didn't get your joke. Well, half of us were there with you. I guess that's good. That's better. Some of us are paying attention. I'm just asleep at the wheel over here. I don't know, I was like kind of on edge that morning, and I like skimmed the news when I woke up and saw that it was all pretty boring. So I was like, this is all fine. I like that this is boring. So then I like breathed a sigh of relief and went about my business. And I was like, well, I'll just catch up on it later. I appreciated that the news was boring again for a change. Tom Hanks hosted different people performing it. For last was Katie singing out that song. Okay. Got it. Caught up. Yeah, when the world wasn't on fire, I was like, okay, I could ignore the news now for like a day. Yeah, I could see that. It's like catharsis. Yeah, I was like happy I didn't feel compelled to like stare at the news nonstop. I mean, I'm just feeling like much less anxious than I was, a week ago. I do hope that they like pursue charges, or someone pursues charges against Trump for something. Because if he like does all this shit and like there's no consequences, it sets a really bad precedent for like the next wannabe authoritarian who like was like, well, Trump got away with everything, so I probably can too. That's what concerns me, is like a lack of consequences. I'm hoping that because Harris was a prosecutor, for as much as people hate her about that, that she won't just like let this all go. So I don't know. I'm like less anxious, but I'm not like relieved yet. I'm still expecting like, you know, nothing's gonna happen. The typical Democrat response of like, you know, we have to move on as a country together, which like you can't do that anymore. If you don't show there are consequences for this shit, then you're just staving off till it happens again. And the next time we're not going to get out of it. I saw that McConnell's trying to like delay some kind of rules agreement in the Senate with Schumer because he wants to keep this like existing filibuster rule, which basically just like lets them say filibuster and then move on. And he's basically trying to use that exact thing now to hold up Schumer, like, and he's like showing that exactly what he plans to do. If they keep this rule, he's just going to continue stonewalling everything. Like McConnell needs to be made an example of too, because he was like, not just for like his complicity with Trump, but his like his enjoyment over like stonewalling any legislation that he doesn't like. He doesn't personally like. Like that needs to be fixed. So that's the new stuff that still concerns me, and those problems are still here even without Trump. So that's what worries me. Is the lack of consequences and allowing rules to remain in place that allow one person to stonewall like actions from the left. Not to turn this into like a politics thing, but yeah, the filibuster thing is bullshit. It needs to go. Like, you want to stand there and talk for 14 hours? Go for it. Like, work for it. Not this, like, I'm just gonna stonewall shit and filibuster stuff just to, like, be an asshole. Just to, like, prevent you from doing anything. Because, like, McConnell wants to try to make another, like, a repeat of Obama's presidency, where he, like, basically prevented anything from getting done. Yeah. Right. I mean, they've, like, the Republicans have shown that, like, they're not interested in, like, helping anyone that's not wealthy, that's not a corporation. And, like, yeah, they need to do, like, I don't even care if they're faking it. They need to, like, show some recognition that, like, they're not popular. And they're, like, this we're the party of no shit. Like, that needs to end. Depressing. It's like it feels like a victory to have gotten rid of Trump, right? But then when you're like thinking about like all the other things that are wrong, it's like, oh yeah, we're just right back to like the mess that things were before we had to worry about an ill-tempered child as our leader. Yeah, but then you've got like, I read an argument saying like there are conservative Democrats who like may side with the Republicans, and it only takes one to give the Republicans a majority on that vote, even if Harris votes. And she only votes if there's a tie, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about congressional like rules and policy and stuff to like make an extensive commentary about it, but what the power McConnell has, or whoever would be in his position to prevent legislation from reaching the floor, like that needs to stop. Whatever's involved in that. Do fun stuff. Nothing like a little tyranny for dinner. I guess it's not really tyranny, but you know, the ever looming possibility. I don't know. I'm just like tired of this like Democrats take the high road shit. Like it's gotten us nothing but problems. Like I'm not saying be like slimy like some Republicans, but you can't just like turn the other cheek constantly. I did not think this mold was going to take most of the session. I thought I was going to get this together much more quickly. I'm probably only like half done with it too. I don't know if I'm anyone to be expanding people's minds there, Splinters. But the other part I'll agree with. Speaking of expanding minds, I am definitely gonna have a beer as soon as I'm off stream. I know it'll be leaning toward the end of Friday happy hour, but I'll definitely be having one. Dacidus, you mean you're not just here for the unscripted screw ups? Yeah, it's definitely a good Friday for it. The little victories. One great pumpkin down. One slimy turtle to go. I see you, Dacidus. Yeah, I need to do a little bit more testing with my second camera. I think it'll be helpful. Thanks, Dacidus. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I made this test video yesterday. I plan to put it up on YouTube soon. I gotta do some editing and whatnot to it, but it's like a test for trying out a 2-camera setup, so you can see the kind of what see from like my point of view, and like a picture-in-picture kind of thing. So I got to see like where like the right placement is, and does the video look any clearer? I increased the bitrate a little bit and the frame rate a little bit. I wasn't sure how it was going to affect like the overall quality of the video. I mean, ideally it should improve it, but then it's like reliant on my connection. So I wasn't sure how that was going to translate. There's probably compression through Twitch's servers that I can't really do much about, but I gotta figure out where my upper threshold of bitrate is for like sending video. That's looking better. Just gotta smooth out this middle part. I definitely need to increase my productive hours. I'm only getting like, well, I'm getting like 12 minimum via the stream, which is good. I need to try to push it up a little bit. on the off days, they're a lot more inconsistent. So I'm trying to work on like better ways to manage projects and time, and so I started using a project planner site called Asana. It's really for like software projects, but it really just boils down to being a bunch of lists that you can like, attach comments to and assign to people and set dates for and all that. So it doesn't really matter what the project is that you're doing. So I'm trying to break down things I want to do into smaller parts I can kind of focus on, or at least have like a path. So it's helpful so far. I've only checked a couple things off the list. It's good to have a point of reference of like what you're doing and where your plans are organized and the long-term goals and all that. How do you guys manage projects? Do you have any like techniques that work for you, or tools or practices? Whether they're work things or personal things, having some way to organize seems to be helpful. I was just keeping everything in my head, and now I'm trying to have it down on something external that I can track and organize. Oh, that's good, Dustin. So you're like giving yourself like those times of the day. I need to organize a little bit more like that. I like on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I try to like do some stuff, some like related work, whether it's starting something before I start streaming to get a couple more hours in, or I'm updating YouTube videos or whatever. So I still have like chapter markers I gotta put on stuff. So I'm trying to find like time that I can do that. I need to organize it better though. So has that morning evening thing been working for you? You've been able to get some productive time in there? See, even just like meditating on a thing can be helpful. Just trying to think about only that thing if you're not able to actually work on it. Mostly compiling notes and writing down things. That's still something though. I struggle with drawing when I don't know what I'm trying to draw, you know? Like just staring at a blank page isn't gonna just pop something into my head. So it sounds like you're still doing something productive. Like I made those sword sketches like what, 2 weeks ago now, probably a week ago now. I don't even know how long it's been. Time has no meaning. But I was just like looking at other stuff online, and I was like, I need to have some idea what I want this to look like. So I kind of cobbled together some sketches based on aspects I liked. And Terrigen, man, there's an app I haven't heard of in a long time. I'm surprised it's still kicking. That's cool though. Definitely a good tool for something like that. I wonder if it's more complex than it was back in the early 2000s. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad I was able to inspire you somehow. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea too. I might try to do something with it later. I need to start a paper notebook again. Because I used to put a lot of stuff down on paper, and I do it digitally, but then it, like, I don't know, it gets lost, and it doesn't, like, it's harder to like flip around through like your ideas because you're limited by the computer interface. And so I definitely need to start like a paper sketchbook. I've got old sketchbooks, but I need to start a new one. Allowed you to envelop golems into world building as well as Talos from German Greek mythology. More complex? I would hope so. It's only been 20 years, you know. But that's cool. I'll have to check it out just to see like what it's capable of now. Might be helpful to me too. Just for like thoughts on like character environments and things like that. Came up with a story narrative about golems involving human spirits. I felt it was insular. Your mention allowed me to. Okay, nice. Yeah, like the trap jaw thing. I was like thinking about, you know, because he obviously looks like he's been. I know his like species or whatever supposedly is like what, green skinned or something. But with like the replaced limb and jaw and stuff, it definitely seems like it's more like he's more like a cyborg. And so if he was like doing something with like you know, dead things and then using machinery to like augment them and then reanimating those things, could be interesting. And like something that I don't think gets explored that much with sci-fi is like the state of mind of those types of creatures. Like if I'm Trapjaw, right, and like my body's been screwed up, so now I've got this like mechanical, like, lower jaw, and my arm is missing, so now there's this, like, utility thing, this utility arm. You know, how does that affect, like, my daily life? How does that affect my perception of myself? And I know that with a lot of sci-fi or even fantasy, like, the question of the self isn't even, like, a thing that comes up. And I think it's, like, a missed opportunity. Because, like, if you have these sentient characters, you know, they're gonna have, like, their self-identity, and if they've been maimed or you know, reanimated in some way, or they're, like, been augmented, it's gonna, like, affect how they perceive themselves and how they are perceived. I think it's an area that, like, doesn't get explored very much. I know it's usually because it's not, like, the kind of thing that the story's about, but, like, it's present, you know. So if you, like, reanimate a corpse, right, or whatever, and augment it with machinery, does it, like, is it sentient? And if it's sentient, like, does it what's the word I'm looking for? Is it self-aware? Like, you know, so we ask ourselves, I don't know if there's, like, data on it or not, but, like, are animals self-aware? Like, is a cat self-aware? So, like, would a cat or a dog behave the same if they're reanimated versus, like, natural? You know, would the reanimation affect their state, their perception of their self? Would they even know? You know? So I like to ask questions like that too, about, like, my characters or the world, because it's, you know, as I've, like, grown as a person, that self-reflection and, you know, PTSD and trauma people have endured, and, like, their personal issues, like, all those things play a role in, like, their character. Okay, so you said, agreed. In your narrative, necromancers don't raise the dead, but transfer spirits from the void into inorganic matter, such as clay, wood, metal-based humanoid frames. Okay. So that's, like, I know I was, like, rambling there for a little bit as you posted that. So, like, how does that spirit, like, view itself, right? It's, like, perception of itself. Does it, because now it's got 3 perceptions. It has the perception of itself when it was alive. It has its perception of itself as a spirit, and its perception of itself inhabiting this construct. I mean, I don't know, like, where that comes into play story-wise, but, you know, it's something to, like, potentially expand, like, the possibilities of story with that character's, like, personal struggle. You know, are these spirits, like, inhabiting this golem willingly? Are they being forced? Like, those will affect, like, their behavior and their perception of their self. So you said that spirit contains the memory of its past life, as well as a personality and desire, just without a heart to guide it and enjoy experience. So, like, those things still affect, like, you know, the personality of the thing. Because, like, if you take away, like, when you say a heart to guide it, right? To me, that sounds like empathy or compassion. And like, so if you take away the empathy, what does that leave you? Okay, so then we're like talking about, you know, slavery or like indentured servitude, which is like, you know, that's like a story motivator there, because you've introduced this conflict, that this spirit now like is essentially enslaved. So like, how does that affect, you know, the situation that you've put this spirit into? What's the relationship between the necromancer and the spirit now? So like, it prompts me like to think of all these like questions. And that was kind of what I was saying about Snowpiercer earlier. I like see the world they presented, and I'm like, okay, I understand this is the world, but like, what about this, and why this, and how does this happen? And those are more like mechanical questions than like character questions. But they're still like, you know, they could be factors in the story, and they don't have to be like answered, you know, by you or the reader or whatever. But to me, they're like questions that I ask, because then it helps me think about, you know, the story from a different point of view, or the world from a different point of view. You said, yeah, so they become depressed, crazy, etc., but can't express it because their body and free will is their own, but the spirits themselves are reincarnated after death. Okay. Okay. So you're like thinking about it.
Good place as any to start on that bounty.
Well, that's cool. It sounds like you've got like a framework there. So all that like, you know, thinking and note taking and stuff's not like, it's definitely productive, because it's like fleshing out the world and the mechanics of the world, and, you know, these like character motivations, and they don't even have to be, you know, they're not specifically characters like this is John or Sally, but this is like, you know, an overarching motivation people can identify with, like, you know, being forced into servitude, or abuse or oppression. Like, those are, you know, things that people can relate to even without knowing a character's name or it being a specific character. So that's like, so there's like already a whole framework just under this golem story. There's like so many stories you could tell already, which is cool. It's part of it. Much thinking and aligning what is said elsewhere in mythology and metaphysical writing. Okay. It sounds like you got a stew going. Yeah, like, I think it was Sabretooth. He asked me about if I had like stories for my characters or anything yet, and I was like, I don't even have characters yet. Like, I guess you could consider the first like batch of figures that I made characters, but that wasn't like my real, you know, intention. So like, I don't even have a world or anything. I'm literally just making this stuff up as I go. So as far as like the world and stuff, you're way ahead of me. I don't even know if there is a world. I'm not even close to asking that question yet. I'm so stuck in the mechanics of like, just creating the figures that I haven't even gotten to like, is there a story here? I'm going solely off like aesthetic, like, does this figure look cool? Like, is this a good sculpt? The mechanics of like the parts. I'll have to think about like story at some point. I think I'm still kind of like processing, everything. Yeah, so world in progress for both of us. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with any of this. I think like for so long, things that I created, I always felt like they needed to be tied to a story because I expressed creativity through like creating characters who were like in a story, because I was like reading comics growing up and watching movies, and so I like married the idea of character creation to like a story, and like now I'm creating stuff basically just for the act of creating it, and haven't really given any thought to like the greater world that they like could exist in. It isn't even like a thing that's crossed my mind yet. And I think in a way, that's been good because I'm not tying myself to anything. I kind of want to be able to just like freeform it. I think the other thing too is like I don't necessarily want to just do like all like this barbarian style characters. This is like where I'm at now, but it's not really like, I don't feel like this is the world, this is the end, and I'm just fleshing out that world. This is just like one story, or one possible world. Yeah, like raw materials, like you said. That's kind of how that's a good way to like phrase it. That like the stuff I'm creating is just like raw materials. It's not tied to anything. There's no plan as far as like figures or characters in relation to each other. They all just kind of exist, or well, will exist at some point. I think I like not feeling constrained in that way. So I'm just kind of trying it out, see where it takes me. So at this point, you're starting to flesh out a timeline. Much needs to be filled in. Yeah, I mean that sounds about right. Like maybe you don't flesh out the whole timeline, right? Like think of just like reality, our lives. We have people who study the human timeline as like a career, and that entire field doesn't even know, you know? And like, sure, you're creating stuff in like, in the sense that like a deity might, or a creator does, but you know, you could also just view it from like, you could view it from like the archaeologist point of view, where you're finding things and trying to figure out the story that those things are telling you, but you don't have all the pieces of the story yet. One of the cool things about like that I've learned about like the Magic card game is like when in the early on, apparently the creators, so they have like a lot of the cards have this like italicized text on the bottom that's supposed to be like a snippet from like, you know, something a character said, or a thing that happened, or describing like a place that's related to the card. But there was no like there was no formal story. There was no like, here's the wiki for this world, here's the wiki for these characters, this is the, you know, what happened or whatever. And their idea was that like, as a player or a collector, as you acquired cards and you read this text that they call flavor text, you got like these fragments of a story, and you were like an archaeologist in a way, where like these were clues about this past place and the story of events that happened. But like, even with like, as you collected cards, you got more pieces of the story. And it wasn't even like a story in the sense that, you know, this is like a line from a chapter. It was like almost like you were collecting people's notebooks and their diaries. You know, if you like went into the past and you just collected people's notebooks and diaries, and you brought those back to your time, and you read those, trying to figure out the story of that time. Like, you don't, these notebooks and diaries aren't, they're not a chronology, they're not a timeline, they're not a journalistic or an academic recording of events. They're events and experiences as in the way that these people perceive them. So like, you get like fragments of the story, and you get them from different points of view. Yeah, so I thought that was a really interesting way to like tell the story of the world that the game took place in, without actually writing out a story, you know. And it's like, here's a book you can buy that tells you the whole story of the Magic universe. It's like, no, you just like collect these scraps of information and experiences and descriptions, and you piece it together, and it like, you know, and you interpret those scraps and how you want to. It's more like formalized now. They've tried to follow in like, you know, Marvel and DC and those like, we're telling a grand story over time, and they've really taken away the like mystery element of it. But the framework is still there. There's still flavor text. It's just not as interesting as it used to be. Yeah. Well, you know, they got swooned by dollar signs when Marvel was making billions of dollars on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and they were like, we could do that too. It's like, no, you can't. You're not actually that creative. Like, you've got a cool property, but you don't know what to do with it. So they tried to... They spent, like, a few years assembling their superhero team and trying to, like, make that a thing. And, like, lots of the fans hated it because they were clearly just aping what Marvel was doing and doing it badly. So now it seems like they've kind of regressed to these more like individual storylines, these individual worlds, but I'm sure they're still looking for other ideas to steal. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was like pretty bad. So like in the Magic universe, they have these characters who can travel between worlds, and they're called planeswalkers because each world is called a plane. And so, like, one of the iconic ones who's been around for, 20 years or whatever, 15 years, is this guy named Jace. And so, like, of course, he was like the smart one and the detective, and he was trying to solve the mystery of this event, and he was leading this group of planeswalkers, and so people were calling it the Justice Force or the Justice League, and apparently one of the game creators like hated that phrase, still hates it, but like, yeah, it was like really clear what they were doing, and it was really cheap. It's like when you've got 20 years of story behind you, like, why do you need to go and borrow from Marvel and DC? Like, is your own stuff not good enough? Well, that's progress, I guess. Wow, it's 6:30. Holy shit. I thought I had gone over, but I wasn't sure. Alright, so I gotta build this up. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Well, it's now almost 6:30, so I'm over the 4-hour mark, and I got to have my dinner time soon, so I'm gonna call it here. I got like a chunk of this mold done. How did my camera get tilted? And we got some other stuff partially molded. Also, just working on more tomorrow, I guess. But I'll thank y'all for hanging out and watching and chatting. Good times, as always. Good to talk nerd stuff and creativity. We should keep that going. That was a really good piece of the show. And I'll be back on Monday. Bye.